Where are your keys? Where is your phone? Where are your skis and your new Jumbo? You're losing your stuff, it's always such a trap. But don't you worry, you can get yourself a treasure tag. By a simple tap, you can track them down. You can locate them on the map so they will always be found. You can make them ring so they are easy to find. Then you know that you will never leave your keys behind. Yeah, we know this is all because of your dad. But don't you worry, you can get yourself a treasure tag.
Alright, you're eyeing a new phone and thinking about what you want and how much your wallet can afford. Big screen, big battery, and a camera that makes other phones look like something you found in grandma's attic. But then that question creeps into your mind. What about the apps? What about Facebook, Maps, Twitter, and Spotify? Will this get me through my workday? Will the next big thing being coded somewhere work on my Nokia? Well, Nokia has the apps, and we're going to show you the apps. But first, let's take a little trip down Perception Lane. In the last 5 years, the App Store and Google Play have amassed a lot of apps. Sounds impressive, but do I really need over 1,000 apps just to turn on the flashlight? So many of the true icons of the app world are already available in the Windows Phone store. And in just a single year, Windows Phone has almost doubled the size of its app store, including the most popular apps out there. Let's try this. Look at your phone, and then back to mine. Instagram? Yep. Facebook? Yep. Vine? Yep. WhatsApp? Downloading. In fact, of the top free and paid apps of all time, nearly all of them are also available on Nokia. And for the ones that aren't, powerful alternatives like Here Maps and Nokia Pro Camera are available for every Nokia Lumia phone. Not to mention things you can't get on iPhone or Android. Try typing on the world's fastest smartphone keyboard. Discover your friends' favorite apps with App Social, or even search for jobs just by looking through your camera. You can. Apps for Windows Phone make things easier. Live tiles deliver information that matters most right to your start screen, so sometimes you don't even need to open the app. Some of the best designers are building gorgeous apps every day, specifically for Windows Phone and your Nokia. So open up Foursquare and check into reality, the new app reality of Nokia and Windows Phone.
一下，通知你一下，就是那个 surface 应该是在你的头，然后我们有另外一家 surface， 然后当你飞的时候，可能再过去那边处理那个事情呢，我们还有另外一家 surface，OK 啊 ，OK，thank you。
Right now, the birth rate of mobile devices is 5 times the birth rate of humans. Think about that. For every human that enters the world, 5 mobile devices are made. And that's just mobile. Now think about all the other devices in our lives and how they are increasingly connected to the internet. Okay, despite all of this, the way we think about the internet really hasn't changed much. We still build for the web one device at a time. But why should we? The web isn't tethered to our devices. It's our companion, with us everywhere we go. So what happens when we stop building for what we've traditionally thought of as the web and start building for the companion web? New opportunities present themselves. Shopping, sports, TV, electronic books, games, music. Whatever the activity, our devices will be seamlessly linked together. This is more than second screen. It's more than any number of companion devices. This is a revolution of the web. And it all starts with you. Come join us.
然后 WiFi 楼下有一些很上瘾的键盘。
Big data fuels your research. Now you can store and analyze data faster. Join researchers from across the sciences who already harness the data crunching power of the cloud. With Microsoft Azure for Research, you tap into a global cloud platform that supports multiple languages, tools, and frameworks. Accelerate your research at azureforresearch.com. Submit your research proposal for a free chance to be awarded up to 180,000 hours of free cloud computing time and 20 terabytes of cloud storage resources on Microsoft Azure.
Architecture is a really complex game. The challenge these days is having software that allows us to work in real time. The model is incredibly complex, and you need a platform like Surface to manage that level of complexity. Surface allows us to take digital models and bring them into the field. We can actually begin to share it, not only with the builders, but with the community at large.
Is a new app for Surface created by Harvard students that helps high school students get ready for the college application process.
We knew that we wanted to use a tablet. Surface is the easiest to develop for out of all tablets. Anyone with basic web developing skills can program for it.
Get Prepped is only available on Windows 8, which is perfect with Surface.
Technology's really changed the way I practice medicine. Surface and EKG Glove allows us to take an EKG much faster than a traditional EKG. With the power and mobility of the Surface, we're making a huge difference. We're saving lives. Is that Patel? I just received an EKG. Surface is a game changer.
Surface allows me to communicate verbally without tracking technology.
I think fatherhood means almost everything to Steve. When they're watching movies together, can talk back and forth to Rivers about what's going on. The time that he has with Rivers in his lap, I think it's safe to say are his favorite times.
I'm hopeful for a medical cure for ALS. Until there is one, technology is my cure.
Drones are a tool. Our drones are used to make maps for humanitarian aid and conservation. When I'm out in the field, I need a tablet that I can easily work with, and I need a powerful computer that can process all the data into a model. Surface allows us to bring our drone technology to the four corners of the planet to make the world a better place. It's the most beautiful marriage of a tablet and a powerful computer in one small, lightweight device.
Hi, I'm here because of Steve Gleason's challenge as part of the Ice Bucket Challenge to raise awareness for ALS. And Steve was here for our hackathon, and because of this challenge now, the team that won the hackathon for us, right behind me, is going to get the opportunity to dump a bucket of ice on my head. And hopefully I'll come out all okay on that. But the thing that I'm really excited about is what Steve and the team have done to raise awareness for ALS. And I think this is a great opportunity for all of us to contribute not only to raising the awareness, but to the research that can find cures. And no better example than the team behind me that did some fantastic work with the eye gaze technology and how that can give new hope to people with ALS and new cures to ALS. And I'm so very excited about it. So here you go. Now, let me take this opportunity to challenge Jeff Bezos and Larry Page to take their own ice bucket challenge. And let me tell you again, from personal experience, it's better to have your head in the clouds than under a bucket of ice.
project give the student chances to showcase their innovation.
The competition contributes to the excitement and enthusiasm to them carrying out the final year project.
From our experience, from the industry, we agree that innovations will be the key thing. And all the engineers which go through this program will benefit from this innovation experience that they got.
It is a true reflection of the involvement of government and the industry to nurture the future talent needed by industry as a whole.
The main strategic thrust for the Talent Roadmap 2020 is actually optimizing Malaysian talent. And Innovate Malaysia do just that by developing the graduates to ensure that we have continuous sustainable supply to meet the demands of the industry.
This is very beneficial because we don't get to learn this in our faculty.
The things that they teach you on that training, it was more from industry, not from the university work. It was real application.
I also have already secured a job in Penang because of the involvement in this competition.
It gives me the motivation.
Good morning and welcome to bina, Malaysia Developers Conference 2014. Please take your seats as the event will begin shortly. Out of consideration to the other attendees and to the speakers, please turn your mobile phones to silent mode during the presentations. It's important for you to wear your name tags throughout the day for identification purposes. If you have misplaced your name tag, please get a replacement from the registration counter. Water, Meals, refreshments, Wi-Fi, charging stations are free with your access. Washrooms and surau are located outside the halls. In recognition to the Cloud ISVs for their support for Microsoft Azure, Microsoft would like to take this opportunity to present an award at the TM Helipad. All Cloud ISV award recipients, please gather at the registration counter at level G by 10 a.m. We have a very full packed agenda for today. A copy of the agenda is also available in your conference bag. An evaluation form is also given during the registration. Please give us your feedback on the event today. Return it to the registration counter at the end of the event today in exchange for a doll gift. And visit all exhibition counters in Crystal Hall 2 lower ground to find out our partners offering programs available and more. Do participate in our activities to win great prizes. Catch Cortana and be in the running to go up to the highest helipad in town and win a Nokia Lumia or a Windows 8.1 laptop. The Asian Tech Elite Contest is back and it is in Malaysia. Win a limited edition Microsoft jacket every month by using Microsoft Virtual Academy MVA. Find out more from InfoTrack at Crystal Hall 2. Use it to increase your chance of winning the Microsoft Worldwide Community Champ Contest. The Microsoft Worldwide Community Champ Contest will be launched in November and registration starts next month. There's over 30,000 ringgit Malaysia to be won globally and over 20 Lumia phones to be won in Malaysia. Prepare it for now with MVA. KL Converge is happening next week in KL Convention Center. AT&T and Microsoft is having an Asian hackathon with more than 15,000 US dollar cash prizes and 3 AT&T Lumia 1520 to be won. Registration closes tomorrow, so sign up now. Lastly, for those interested in MDEC Big Data program, please attend their session in the multi-platform track at 11:30 a.m., followed by a machine learning session in the cloud track at 1:30 p.m. The hands-on lab will start at 2:30 p.m. onwards. Now this is the agenda for the morning sessions. After the morning coffee break, we'll split into 4 concurrent tracks. App track will be here in the Dome level 4. Multi-platform track will be at Office Space level 3. Open source track will be at Office Space level 1. And cloud track will be at the mini auditorium level LG. Besides that, we have also arranged a few side tracks for you. They are MDEC Big Data Workshop Lab at Meeting Room 1 Level 2, Malaysia Indie Games Talk at Meeting Room 2 Level 2, Open Source Talks at Office Space Level 1. On behalf of Microsoft, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all our partners who have helped make this conference a success. They are Pemandu, TM, MDEC, Media Prima, University Malaya, Dreamcatcher, Hack in a Box, InfoTrack, Tendermint, and iMaker Zone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to bina, Malaysian Developer Conference 2014. My name is Tam Cheng Bin, and I will be the host for today. Since 2011, the Build event in the US has been held annually aiming to educate the developers on the updated products and software. Today, for the first time in Malaysia, we have bina, comprehensive conference similar to Build, aiming to share the latest technology updates with you. Our goal is to accelerate your dreams into validated commercialization, and we want you to take advantage of the cloud era. We will also want you to be agile and sign up for various partner app programs in this one big event as well. In collaboration with TM, MDEC, we are bringing together open source and multi-platform opportunities to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it's my honor to welcome the Director of Developer Experience from Microsoft Malaysia, Dinesh Nair, to officiate bina 2014.
Appreciate, that sounds very formal, isn't it? But it's not formal, trust me. Look how I'm dressed. Here the wireless mic on. Yeah? Okay. You all hear me? Well, welcome address. So, welcome. Welcome developers. I mean, most times when we hold Build is held in the US. This year was held in San Francisco at the Moscone Center. And I know it's far away, it's a 26-hour flight. Not many of you guys can go there and attend. So here in Malaysia, we talked about it. It went like, let's do a Build here in Malaysia. With a little bit of a twist. Let's Malaysianize it. So we didn't call it Build, we called it Bina instead. This is Build for all you Malaysian developers. Bina, give yourselves a hand. We've got a bunch of stuff planned out for you today. I'm sure you've seen the agenda. 4 different tracks, a bunch of side tracks, and we're being inclusive. We've even got the open source guys here. Open source guys, shout! What, only one of you? No, there's more of you guys. But thank you for coming. Treat this as a developer conference because in the world of mobility and cloud, things are going to get mixed up anyway. We've got some great platforms to talk to you about, we've got some great technology to show you, got some great programs to inform you about together with our partners. But let me take this opportunity to also thank the people who helped make this happen. Pemandu, who drives the National Economic Transformation Program. Amnet, who looks after MSC Malaysia and Digital Malaysia. Telecom Malaysia, who's been a great sponsor for us, a great partner. And in this wonderful dome, don't you all love this? And I think there's a prize for the Cortana contest where you actually get to go on top of the helipad and look over all of KL. And if you're driving by, you can actually see Bina on the huge LCD screen on the outside. I saw the pictures. They were great. So to all our partners, to all of you, to my DX team and the Microsoft guys, thank you for helping us connect, create, and transform education, businesses, and lives in Malaysia. Enjoy yourselves.
Thank you, Dinesh. Next, we'd like to invite Shafinaz Farouk, Associate Director, SRI Human Capital Development and KRA Education from Pemandu to give her welcome remarks.
Hi, good morning everyone. I'm used to working at ground level with people, so I'm still going there. Thank you so much for being here. It's great to see so many people on a Saturday morning. It certainly was tough for me, but I'm really honored to be here. My objective is actually to give a little bit of context from the government's perspective. I won't spend too long because I know it's a really boring topic, but just wanted to give you a little bit of context of how this came about. Okay, I don't know how many people are very familiar with the Government Transformation Program and the Economic Transformation Program, but I'll just give a little bit of context here. The GTP was unveiled in January 2010 under the 10th Malaysia Plan by the Prime Minister and also the Economic Transformation Plan. It was really exciting at that time because it was basically the blueprint for how Malaysia was going to transform. And that's basically how this came about. I mean, the EPPs, our entry point projects, came about from the Economic Transformation Program, where the main objectives are actually trying to improve the competitiveness of Malaysia, looking at how to increase jobs and make Malaysia a high-income nation. Next slide, please. So these are the NTRAs, just to give a bit of context, but the more important one which we are concerned about is the next slide. Next slide, please. Yes, so the EPPs are actually under the education area. Now you saw there that I'm actually looking at SRI, human capital, ETP, GTP, so basically everything looking at education. So it's one of the 12 economic areas that have been identified. And actually, what's important is a lot of people get this sort of mixed up. And I'd like to just explain what's the connection between GTP, ETP, and SRI. Does anyone know? Is it confusing? Yes, it is. Okay, I see some nods. So I think I'll just go through that because we think it's just, okay, you know, these are ABCs, but it's not. Okay, so The SRI is also under the ETP. So you've got GTP, ETP, and SRI. Anyone confused yet? I thought you'd be used by acronyms. No. Okay. Anyway, so GTP is the Government Transformation Program, and under the Government Transformation Program, there are NKRAs, or National Key Results Areas, and you've seen that earlier, where we look at some areas that the government feels we need to transform. We need to really look at what the rakyat is looking at, like reducing poverty, reducing crime, improving education outcomes. So those are the NKRAs, and they actually spend money. Okay? ETP, or Economic Transformation Program, is about how the country can make more money. That is simple. And under the Economic Transformation Program, you've got the entry point projects, of which My Games Development, or where you are now, that's one of them. So it's designed to actually build the talent, the capabilities, the content, and looking at how to create more jobs and make Malaysia into a high-income nation. And SRIs, or Strategic Reform Initiatives, are under the ETP, looking at what are the key enablers to make all of this happen. And Strategic Human Capital Management, which is what we would be concerned about, is one of them. So, is that quite clear? Great. Okay, I see some nods. That's great. I mean, a lot of people are very confused about this, but it's really quite simple. Okay, so next slide, please. So we'll talk about that next. Okay, so what's the secret behind the Government Transformation Program? Now, our CEO, Dr. Sri Idris Jala, his view is that you need discipline of action for things to move. For him, it's all about bringing from 30,000 feet to 3,000 feet, 3 feet level implementation, which is why I was always going to the ground. Does anyone understand that? It means bringing a big picture or bringing a vision down to the ground level and making it work. So we spent a lot of time looking at the strategic direction, coming up with a lot of labs. Pemandu is famous for labs. It's not really a workshop. Labs are like 6 to 8 weeks long, sometimes months long. And there were about 3 or 4 months involved in coming up with the GTP and ETP, which is actually quite short, looking at the scope of it. To establish in detail what needs to be done, stakeholder engagement is done during the labs, the reports come out during the labs, and then coming out of that, then you have something called a 3-feet plan. A 3-feet plan is something that brings the vision down to the ground level so that you know exactly what to do, how to monitor it, how to problem solve, etc. So that is something that our CEO is very passionate about, implementation. So where does Pemandu come in? Our role is really to look at implementation, so we monitor implementation. We want to ensure that your targets or what you set out to do is finally achieved. If there are bottlenecks, we problem solve. We work across ministries. So really, we are facilitators, and hopefully not just on the side, but we really get down into business, helping you achieve your outcomes. So under the education NKA, which is the next slide, that's it. So we've got entry point projects, as I've mentioned, under basic education, cluster, under certain clusters. So we've got some under accounting. For example, we want Malaysia to be an accounting hub. Hospitality, Islamic finance is a big one. Advanced engineering, science and innovation, health sciences, games development. So that was identified as a key growth area that we want to focus on. EduCity at Iskandar. So, and of course there are some under the tertiary cluster. So under the clusters, we actually specialize in areas where we feel there's high growth or high need, high demand, high value. And over time, people can propose other EPPs which they feel is going to take the nation forward in terms of high income. So in the next slide, it shows what we're trying to achieve from a government's perspective. We're looking at trying to achieve an incremental value of 33.6 billion GNI and looking to create 535,000 new jobs. Now in terms of EPP 14 itself, which is games development, we want 1.84 billion, we've invested we want to invest 1.84 billion by 2020. A GNI impact of 6.06 billion. and to create about 105 jobs by 2020. So that's basically what we're looking at in terms of games development. And I suppose the other speakers would have more to say in terms of, the next slide please, in terms of what has already been done and what has already been achieved. There's a lot more to go and it's quite an exciting journey. So I won't spend any more time on that. That is basically the government's bigger picture in terms of games development. So thank you very much. Hope you have an exciting day ahead.
Thank you, Shafinas. Next, it's our pleasure to have Mohammed Mustaqim Mohammed, Head Mass Market Marketing Operations for TN, to give his welcome statement.
Hello. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. A very good day to our distinguished guest. Good morning, everybody. It's too early in the morning for me as well, don't worry. I'm sure I'm supposed to start by saying thank you to a lot of people. But I'm just going to start by saying wow. I'm just going to soak all this in and say wow again. Because this, for me personally, is a mind-blowing experience. I'll put this into context for you. 22 years ago, approximately, at the Moscone Center, Microsoft had their first Microsoft Developers Conference. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ruth. The first Microsoft Developers Conference, 22 years ago. And 22 years on, I have a stage on an extension of the Malaysian chapter of bina. And that's a tradition. It's a long-standing tradition which is inherent in Microsoft. And this was explicitly stated to us by Kevin Turner when we met up with him in February of earlier this year. And the amount of passion, for example, that Laura Ibsen had, corporate vice president of public sector, when they were talking about innovation, because it's a long-standing tradition. Now, I strongly believe that Telekom Malaysia, MDEC, Microsoft have got a long-standing tradition in innovation. However, everything which is based in tradition requires a renewal, a revival. And it's an ongoing process. So here's the history of Telekom Malaysia in a snapshot. We were the most innovative organization on the block. We set up the first telegraph pole in Malaysia. Telegraph pole in Perak. We were the first to actually have an Earth satellite station. We were the first to have a digital exchange. We were the first to have an IP exchange. We were the first to actually have mobile service. Whoever remembers Atul a long time ago, huge mother of a thing. We were the first to actually have IPTV service, and we are the first to actually have, and the one and only true high-speed broadband provider, unified. But then things changed. The world changed. What we held dear to us was suddenly categorized and downgraded to infrastructure. So we were no longer innovative. The world had changed. Societies had changed. And so too with it, the perception of innovation to those society has completely changed. So there we were, innovative guys on the block, looking at a challenging new world. You wouldn't hear that from a huge GLC like us, would you? But it is true, because everything that we had, and we had a lot of things in terms of infrastructure, were just now infrastructure. They weren't the first in the world anymore. They weren't the first in Malaysia anymore. They weren't cool anymore. Everybody had access of some kind or other. So much so that the big boss, Tan Sri, group CEO, basically banned, for the longest time, he banned the use of the word innovation. We couldn't use it in our corporate titles. We couldn't use it to name meeting rooms. We couldn't use it in projects. We couldn't use it in labs. We just couldn't use it. And the condition was this: you could only use the word innovation until and unless you have proven that you are able to have innovation as a mindset. And a mindset which is there to stay. Include this huge building which has a lot of researchers in them called TMR&D. It allows you access via the innovation leads to interact with people from MMU and the facilities that we have there. Are there any MMU students in the room? No? Okay. There are also co-developers in MMU, the students, the lecturers, and the facilities that we've actually set up for them, specifically on creative multimedia, is at your disposal. You will also have access to Yellow Pages, 100% subsidiary of Telekom Malaysia, for directory services. You will have access to a company, a department called Geomatics, which is our geospatial or geolocation team. A team which produces maps so accurate that you're able to lay cables within meters of your house. They actually produce maps which are approximately 20% more accurate than that other map that you usually use. You will have access to them. And you will also have access, of course, to the traditional functions of Telekom Malaysia, the people who practice the black art of marketing, like me. You will have access to the finance department in the event that you actually want to know how to balance your books or create some business proposals. You will have access to the sales team to figure out what you need and where the touch points that you can actually work off. And these touch points are Telekom Malaysia's touch points. A partner of ours have actually successfully launched together with us yesterday a point of sale system which now will be spread across Malaysia. It's a software which comes with their own hardware. It works off an iPad. Lo and behold, a mom and pop shop will have a virtual cash register. So you will have access via the innovation leads. And the innovation leads also take care of an API platform. And currently into broad categories, what we've done is we've exposed 3 categories of APIs for you to have fun with. We've got communication as a suite, which allows you to connect throughout Malaysia and beyond, allows you to connect wherever Telekom Malaysia is connected to, which is around the world, via submarine cables, landlines, fiber lines, copper lines, Wi-Fi, and also LTE. The second category of APIs that we are exposing allows you to play around with geolocation. That department Geomatics exposes their APIs for you to actually have the capability of geolocating whatever you want. And the third category, where would we be if it's not a Kuching issue? We have exposed our EPG, Electronic Payment Gateway, API, for you to actually be able to have a payment element in any of your content application and solutions, which will take debit cards, credit cards, saving accounts, and current accounts at this point in time. We do the back-end settlement with the bank. All you need to do is tap into any of the APIs, let your creativity flow, and we'll have fun. And we have strat partners. If you want us to bridge the gap between the partners that's already on foot, like for example, Mr. Jaya, who's now with us developing smart cities, go through the innovation leads. If you want to have a partnership with the hotels, we serve access in terms of connectivity to 1,000 hotels at the very least. So we're exposing, when I say exposing all of our resources, we mean all of our resources. And in our conversation with them, we've actually managed to, I'm not going to go run through this, but we've managed to ascertain what our partners are craving for. The creativity that is in this room, if poured towards those focus of which the partners have specific problem statements to solve, real world problems to solve. Like for example, KTMB, in terms of interaction with their customers, has come up with a problem statement. And they are inviting people to actually solve it for them. Use the innovation lead. Go in, propose something. And where would that place be if it's not that? So this is where you do your elevator pitches, your mentorships, your product development, your market validation, and if you want to do a product launch of any of your application content or services, it's free to use as well. Where would an elevator pitch be if I didn't do a bit of a hard sell? So anybody who's got a proposal, dump it there. Dump it there. While I say thank you to Microsoft, to Pemandu, to MDEC, and thank you to all of you for coming at 8:30 in the morning. Thank you very much for your passion, thank you for your enthusiasm, and thank you for fast-forwarding the future of Malaysia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad. Next, let's welcome designer Usop, Head of Strategy and Planning, Infotech from Multimedia Development Corporation MDEC, to also give a welcome speech. Welcome.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, fellow developers, good morning and Assalamualaikum. Again, I would like to actually welcome everyone to the inaugural of bina Malaysian Developer Conference 2014. On behalf of Multimedia Development Corporation, we'd like to extend our appreciation to Microsoft for inviting us, as well as the opportunity to collaborate with Telecom Malaysia for this auspicious event. So, all of you know that with the introduction of a smartphone less than a decade ago, we have seen an explosion of content for these devices. And as a result, there's a various demand for actually for mobile application, and app economy was born. So riding on this industry was actually worth about $68 billion in 2013, and is projected to actually grow to $143 billion in 2016. So what does it mean to us? This means there's a lot more opportunity for all of you to actually tap into. At the same time as well, it's very interesting to note that there are about 2 million mobile developer population globally last year. And out of that, 33% of them are actually here in Asia. About 760,000, and all of you are actually included. Okay? These numbers, what does it mean to us? It's actually point to the fact that the app development industry in Asia is very prime, and there's a huge growth for all of you. With the high number of talents in the region, the next step is what we should do to actually advance the ecosystem, to provide all of you the right exposure, training, funding, as well as development opportunities. Okay, and for MDEC, it is our long-term aspiration to actually drive the national digital economy and accelerate effort to spur generational change through technology. And through our digital economy initiative, we have actually developed an innovative framework that not only act as an enabler, but also help to transform the country to become a digital economic nation by 2020. So I'm pleased to actually note that events such as bina will actually complement MDEC effort to provide the right foundation for the creativity and passion of all of you, the up and coming creative local talents, to actually flourish. It is also in line with our efforts to develop and nurture local talents to be well equipped in specific skill, and this would be actually become the supply to the nearly 2,500 MSc Malaysia status companies that we have with us at the moment. For your information, MSc Malaysia have created close to 138,000 jobs as of the end of last year. Besides that, MDEC also have involved and conduct some of the programs to actually assist developers like all of you. Programs like Icon 3, MSc Malaysia MicroCert, MSc Malaysia Cloud Initiative, as well as Intellectual Property Creators Challenge, is actually aimed to empower developers to move up the value chain by engaging with industry players. And to spearhead the use of digital technology to produce high-quality creative content and innovative solutions. We also work with our corporate partners like TM Malaysia on some accelerator program to actually help to accelerate some of the ideas or innovation that you have actually put forward to become a viable business model. So once again, I would like to thank and congratulate Microsoft for this great work of organizing this event, and I hope that this is the beginning of many more in the future, and hope to see bina here again next year. So on behalf of MDAC, I would like to actually thank you, all of you, for being here today. So enjoy your time, get your hands dirty, expand your network, and I hope you have an enjoyable day today. Thank you.
Thank you, Zainal Yusuf. Ladies and gentlemen, to thank our partners today, Microsoft would like to present a token of appreciation for their participation and support. Please gather your hands once again to invite Mr. Dinesh Nair up on stage to present the tokens on behalf of Microsoft. I would like to invite the first recipient, Shafinas Farouk, Associate Director from Pemandu, up on the stage. Next, let's welcome Muhammad Mustaqim Muhammad from TN. And for last token, with much gratitude, we would like to request the presence of Zainal Yusuf from MDAC. For our distinguished guests, kindly remain on the stage. We would like to invite Cortana on the stage to take a group picture with you guys. Thank you to our distinguished guests. Please kindly take your seat. Now Dinesh, please remain on stage for your next presentation.
Okay. Thanks, John. Right. Okay. Thank you everybody once again for coming. I hope you heard what our partners have to offer in collaboration with us. I think we've worked with all of them in various forms throughout the years, and we continue working with them. But let me talk to you about how we can do more with Microsoft, right? The company has changed. The company has changed a lot in the last 2 years, and like said earlier, every company has to change. And we're still changing. We're still changing. We've got a new boss right at the top. Satya has taken over. He's bringing a new direction to the company. And I think we are now focusing on something we may have forgotten for a bit. We're going back to focus on developers. You guys, developers. You guys are the guys who build on top of the platform we make. You guys are the guys who build the apps, the software, which consumers use. You guys are the other ones we need to celebrate. So, how do we do that in a world which is cloud and mobile first? Society is changing, technology is changing, landscape is changing. In 2008, for example, there were more internet-connected devices than there are people in the world. That's right. If Because 7 billion people in the world, 2 billion PCs, 5 billion mobile phones. We've got more devices than people in the world. And that's increasing at a very, very rapid rate. By 2020, there are going to be 50 billion devices in the world. 50 billion. Just think about that. I mean, you can't even fathom that number. You can't even count that number. And cloud, cheap computing access, cheap storage has changed the way developers build. Developers are now taking to the cloud. Why? Scalability and the reliability around it. But this brings a few challenges for developers. A few pain points you worry about, right? Do you have the skills for it? How will you get those skills? It's going to cost much to get those skills. What about platforms? You want to be able to reach all platforms by doing as minimal work as possible. You want to be able to deploy fast, deploy quickly, reach more users, more consumers. How can you do that? Over the course of today, through the different tracks, we will show you how you can do that. I hope you manage to attend all the tracks, and if you can't, we're also streaming this live, at the same time recorded videos of all the talks and speeches and keynotes and presentations will also be put on Bina Live at that stage. But first, let's talk about some of the new stuff which has come out over the year. Cortana. So the two pretty ladies, that's Cortana, right? Does anyone know where Cortana came from? Let me hear you.
Halo.
Hello to you too. No, yes, Cortana is Halo. It's from the game Halo. Who wants to be Master Chief? Who wants to be Master Chief? Come on, Master Chief gets to hang out with Cortana all the time. So what's Cortana, right? Because Cortana is more than just a visual assistant. She is a personal assistant. Cortana has access to all the knowledge which Bing knows about. Which means Cortana is able to deliver you combined knowledge of the world today in natural language. In natural language. Using the Cortana APIs, for example, you are free from having to build a query, put in your keywords, get the correct thing. Cortana will then fill in the gaps for you, build a proper natural language query, and respond to you naturally. These APIs are open to your apps. You can start using that. Let's go beyond touch. Let's go beyond keyboards. Let's start using our voice. Much more natural interface as we talk to the devices around us. Much more natural interface as we access the knowledge around us. Moving on, Connect. How many of you have got a Connect? Come on. You see Connect as a gaming device, something which augments your Xbox One. But we've gone one step further. We think the Connect can do a lot more than that. We think the Connect enables gestures, allows you to once again interact with the machines, your PCs, your devices, in a way without having to touch anything, by just swiping in the air, moving, detecting your body, getting the cameras to connect to even sense where someone is. So we've got Connect for Windows. You don't need an Xbox One to use Connect anymore. You can connect to a Windows PC and use that to power your apps, bringing you gesture-based computing to augment the touch on your PC device or your phone device. That's a new way of also looking at things. I mean, recently at the Imagine Cup, we saw a winning team using Connect to actually detect anemia in someone's eyes. So the possibility of using these sensors and going into gestures beyond touch is endless. Last year's Imagine Cup, for example, the team from Singapore used Connect to actually build a shooting application which is used to train the Singapore military. Think about it. Connect is training Singapore snipers to shoot better. So Connect is just beyond gaming. Connect and Cortana are two of the great things which are coming forward, all as we try to help you to do more with Microsoft. Using what you know, for example, everything from the new web technologies, the new web programming languages, the new web frameworks, together with the old school stuff you already know very well, .NET, Java, all of that. chances are you already have the knowledge to start building apps in a cloud and mobile-first world today. Because you can mix these two technologies together in what we do. Two, will help you reach across all platforms. In a short while, I'll talk about universal apps. What are universal apps? Universal apps is write once and run it across many screens. Whether it's a tablet, a slate, a phone device, or PC. Write once, run across many screens. Reach more platforms. And we've extended it further up as well. Visual Studio 2013, together with Xamarin, allows you to use that same code base and not only deploy on Windows platforms across all these different screens, but on iOS and Android as well. Now think about that. Universal apps, Visual Studio 2013, and Xamarin can now reach nearly any device on the planet. This kind of unparalleled platform reach has not existed before and is available to you on our platforms. And you'll learn more about it today. So, fourthly, use what you know. This is the stack. This is the stack of what we have today. So our service platform, our first-party services, first-party and third-party devices, and our devices platform anchored around the Windows operating system. And all of this is tied together by a common core of identity, management, security, and development, which are the frameworks you will be using. Coming back to that again, universal apps allows you to access all these devices. Right? Think about it, you no longer have to develop separate apps for phone, PC, or tablet. Or even tablet doesn't replace the laptop like Surface Pro 3. Write the app just once and deploy it on all these different screens. And there are many ways of doing that, right? We've streamlined the end-to-end development for you across the user interface, the app model, the APIs, tools, and even a common store, allowing you to very seamlessly move across devices, allowing your customers, your users, your consumers to use the same app no matter which device they are using. That's going to increase the stickiness of your app. That's going to increase more people using your app. That's going to increase more people playing with your app at all times. But there are two different models of this. How do you handle different screen sizes, right? One is to have the same UI experience across all different devices. An example of this is the Paint for Kids app. There's an app, I think my son uses it as well. Kids can use it to paint. Using the Grid API and the Pointer API, which handles mouse, touch, and even pen input, one app model, one UI model, one UI framework, which runs across phone screen sizes, phone form factors, tablet form factors, and PC form factors. 100% code reuse. 100% code reuse, all platforms, allow you to access up to 1.5 billion Windows devices worldwide. But if you really want to optimize it, you want to optimize it for different screens, you can do that. You can keep 90% of your code base, the actual work, change the 10% which handles the UI, and optimize for the different screen factors. Phone, tablet, PCs, and even your TV screen. An app called Epicurious does that. Download the app, see how they've done it, get some ideas from there. And all of this, mind you, is done in the same way, using the same frameworks, the same stack you're familiar with a common runtime, C#, VB, C, C++, even Java and HTML5. These are things you already know. As I told you, you already have the skills to develop apps in a cloud-first and mobile-first world. We're just going to help you make it a whole lot better. So moving forward, how do you do that? Let's look at our first-party services, right? We not only produce platforms, we've got first-party services which all of you are using. How many of you use Bing? How many of you use that other search engine? Okay. There are a number of services where Bing is the back end which powers a lot of things, right? It's got 80.2% market share in the US alone. But we've also got OneDrive, 250 million users. Outlook.com, 400 million users. Bing with 1 million mobile notifications a month. Xbox Live, 1.5 billion hours of games of Hello. 48 million subscribers. Office 365, 50 million users. Office, 1 billion users worldwide. Yammer. All of these services need high uptime, reliability, and scalability, which is why we built Microsoft Azure and Windows Server to run our own first-party services. Microsoft Azure and Windows Server, the same platform you can use to build your own services. So going to scale, reach more people, and be reliable. For example, we've got 17 data center regions worldwide today. 17, right? We're probably the first global cloud provider. We have data centers in Beijing and Shanghai, allowing you to even reach customers in China without having to worry about jurisdiction and data sovereignty. This level of unparalleled access to the cloud, allowing you to move workloads closer to your customer, is something most other providers can't provide you today. So, our services platform, Microsoft Azure, Windows Server work together. How do they do that? By allowing you to deploy your apps either in the public cloud or for enterprise customers in the private cloud, or a mixture of the two, a hybrid cloud. Which means some pieces of the workload, the sensitive pieces, can run inside in the private cloud, whereas the most scalable public-facing workloads can run in the public cloud, and have a mixture of both. Once again, we're the only cloud provider who can give you this. Everybody else will give you public cloud, but it's going to be pieces that are sensitive. If your customers want sitting in the public cloud, you can't do that anywhere else, except with Microsoft Azure. And everybody's going to think that with Microsoft Azure, you only have to do it on Microsoft technologies. That's not true. We've got IaaS, which supports a whole bunch of Linux workloads as well. We run CentOS, we run SUSE, we run Ubuntu. And not just the operating system, a whole bunch of languages as well. Through PES, we have access to Azure Media Services, Azure CDN, Azure Notifications. And you can mix and match all of this across these 17 data center regions I was talking about. Open source guys, we haven't forgotten you. Ruby on Rails, PHP, Java, Node.js, even Hadoop. So you can run open source workloads on Azure. Think about it. 10 years ago, when I used to be in the open source side of things, this is one of the things I used to make fun of Microsoft then. Today, Microsoft has brought open source on our platforms as well. And these are things you can do today. So you don't even see Azure as just Windows, right? Because today we allow you to reach a whole bunch more platforms. Universal apps, right? I keep talking about it. Universal apps, Visual Studio 2013, Xamarin. All screen sizes, all devices, all platforms, including iOS and Android as well. But if you really want to develop native on iOS and Android, we've also opened our SDKs from our first-party services. The SDK is available on iOS and Android for Azure, Office 365, Bing, Cortana, OneDrive, Skype, Dynamics, and even a whole bunch of open technologies we've published. We haven't stopped there. We've partnered with third-party frameworks, third-party libraries, third-party SDKs, third-party APIs to allow you to use those frameworks as well. Unity is a great example. In a 9-month period, over 3,000 games were developed on Unity, on the Unity framework, and released into the Windows and Windows Phone 8 store. Use what you already know. Do more with what you can do. So, putting it all together, why do we do this? We want you to give great experiences to your consumers powered by the cloud. Great experiences on all form factors, all screens, increasing developer productivity, write once, deploy in many places, with the scalability and reliability of the cloud. Using what you already know, being cloud and mobile first, and reaching across more platforms. So, what can you do next? Get your app started today. Take advantage of our Visual Studio offers. Take advantage of BizSpark. Take advantage of the programs by our partners. Icon and MDEC, for example. BizSpark, what we do. TMIX, we've partnered with a lot of people or come directly to us. Like DX team. DX team in the house, put your hands up. Look at all the hands up. These are the DX guys. See us around today. Come talk to us. We'll tell you how you can help us. We run a whole bunch of programs, some by ourselves, some in conjunction with partners. If you want learning, go to MicrosoftVirtualAcademy.com. Ton of online courses down there which you can self-learn, increase your knowledge, use it in school, use it in classes. And more importantly, one day, we want to have your app logo out there, joining the over 500,000 apps, the combined Windows Phone and Windows 8 stores. So first, next. Right. Let's see what Katana can do. Here is the demo. I have not given enough sacrifices to the demo gods. So, let's see if that works, right? Can you see the screen? Yeah. There we go. Not enough sacrifices to the demo gods. The other foot. Oh, I should come there nearer. Too far away. Okay. I'm too far away. The phone works. Wi-Fi doesn't. Let me try this here. Wi-Fi, the beam. It works here, it doesn't have it on screen. Good? Yeah, man, I'll try to use this mic. What about your other phone? Okay, the demo gods are definitely not with me today. Never mind, we'll probably try doing this later. Never mind, we'll probably try doing this later. But before that, I'd like to invite a colleague of mine, somebody who's just joined the Microsoft family. Please put your hands together for Bruce Howe, General Manager of Microsoft Mobile Devices Group for Malaysia, Singapore and Brunei. Bruce will tell you about how you can leverage off our platforms and help you market your apps. Bruce, all yours.
Thanks, Dinesh. Morning, everybody. Selamat pagi. So, I arrived here at 7:30 this morning and this room was empty. There's a few more faces here, and this is amazing to me. It shows you the opportunity that we have with you as a developer community. So, using my Surface Pro 3, absolute pleasure to be with you. Again, my name, because I'm a new face on the scene, Bruce Howe. So I'm looking after the devices business for us in Malaysia. I was part of the Nokia acquisition, right? So I had 10 years with Nokia prior to my now career within Microsoft. And we are a very deliberate acquisition by Microsoft. I know you guys know the old Nokia very, very well, but we had new meaning within the new Microsoft organization. And it's a meaning that hopefully will open up some doors for you as well. Our promise, or what we intend to do, is bring the services and the experiences that Microsoft have to you, or the consumers, in an incredibly delightful manner, and the best hardware that we have in the market. Our intention is to innovate. And if you think about this, if you take software and hardware from ideation stage, right, from that first idea, and bring those two together, that's where you get true innovation. And that's something that we promise to this industry that ultimately cannot be done by anybody else. So the hardware innovation that we have had from Nokia, the legacy for years, the R&D expertise, and the software expertise with Microsoft coming together to bring innovation to this market. My mandate, coming to this market, and Malaysia being a focused market of growth for us, is to grow smartphones, to make smartphones a big opportunity for you. I understand that where we are right now is relatively small. We will get bigger. You'll see different things from us. You'll see innovation. You'll see us creating noise in this market that maybe we haven't done in the past. You'll also see OEM devices coming to market, so there will be more Windows Phone devices in Malaysia than you've ever seen before. All right. But we won't be able to do that without applications, right? We have, I suppose, been criticized quite openly about maybe the app gap that we have. I would say to you now that that app gap is closed. The main global apps like Fitbit, I don't know how many other people here use Fitbit, BBM, Swarm is a recent inclusion, the social media offshoot of Foursquare. So all the big global apps are there. We will continue to work on exclusive content, things like DreamWorks Adventure, make sure that we bring new experiences onto our devices. And the growth is substantial, right? So almost double the apps over the last year. We're now over 320,000 applications in the phones marketplace. And 90% of consumers say that that's enough, right? There's always going to be that other 10%. But we have scale to the point where we can address 90% of the world's consumer market with our application story. So I'm going to do both. And we give you global scale, right? That's the promise. So we absolutely want local content. We want to be able to deliver that, especially as a marketer, as a business that is focused on consumer. We want you to deliver local applications and local stories to us. In addition, we give the opportunity of global scale, which I'm sure you're well aware of. So over 190 markets, 50 languages, and operator billing. Now, I can't tell you how often this question has come up when we've talked to developers in the past. How do we monetize? How do we make money out of this? And operator billing plays a very, very big role in that. And it's a proven point, right? 8 times transactional base when you go on to operator billing is a proven point now in markets like Malaysia. We're already live with Digi. I don't know how many of you are aware of that, but an opportunity for you to make direct revenue off an operator. Digi is the start, and we hope to be able to scale across other operators in Malaysia, but it will also depend on the success that we have with Digi, but we are up and running. And then I cannot iterate the point enough that Dinesh raised around universal apps. Being able to take an app and an experience across a PC, a tablet, and your mobile phone is an incredible opportunity for you all. You will get scale that you have not been able to get across any other platform, and we think it's something that we'll start to see just a magnification of numbers of apps. We'll ultimately still work on the quality and really focus on those apps that curate and give the best experience on our platform, but you'll start to see this huge groundswell now that we have universal apps, and I beg you to take that opportunity on. So, what can we do for you? And my point of today is to be able to say that we, as the old Nokia, now Microsoft devices, do things pretty well in the consumer space. It's what we probably do best. And this is the support that we can provide you when you create a unique local app that has a story to tell. So we do things like on-device merchandising, and really being able to focus on making your device discoverable as quickly as possible in the marketplace menu. Marketing, I'm going to give you some proof points shortly of what we've already done in Malaysia. If your app is good enough and is aligned to our key messages, we will run that app inside of our ATL. So TV, outdoor, print, radio, absolutely the opportunity. Our social media is an amazing mechanism for getting app stories out. So launches of apps or updates. We have close to 300,000 fans on Facebook, a very, very vibrant community. We also have communities on Instagram, Line, Twitter, etc. And we have a really, really proactive audience there. So all opportunities there. We do a lot with media, not surprisingly to you. We probably deal with media on a monthly basis through launches. And we want to be able to tell media not just the story that happens globally and launches of new products, but we actually want to give meaning around a local message and applications that deliver to local needs. So a big opportunity for you to be part of those events, to be involved in those events through demo or through the press releases. And lastly, probably the biggest opportunity that maybe you guys haven't thought about before is at retail. So there's approximately 30,000 outlets that sell mobile phones or smartphones in this market. 30,000, it's an amazing, crazy number. We interact and sell directly to about 1,500 of those outlets each week. And that gives us a unique opportunity because we have field force, we have promoters going out to those stores, we give them information, we give them an apps highlight per week so that they can explain to consumers what are the latest apps they can buy on a Windows Phone, smartphone. We do inbox notifications within our device. You open up the box and we've got there the top 3 apps that we think you should use that are from Malaysia. We do all sorts of things at retail that will help get your message into the market. So those are some of the tools that we have available to us. A couple of examples to go through. Recently with our X range, we launched with Line as a focus app. I don't know, a few of you probably have been in this industry for a while. One of the reasons that WhatsApp was so successful was because at that time Nokia got behind WhatsApp as an alternative to BBM. And we really drove those numbers, and we still have those capabilities. So Line we recently partnered with for the same reason, to get out a new social messaging app out there. We joined their community, so you can see inside. This is an outdoor ad here where you can see the Line screenshot. We did a joint event, an amazing venue was set up, and we did a really nice targeted activity at universities. So our target consumer at that time was very aligned to a youth-based market, so we went with our promoters into universities and were able to showcase our device, but then also showcase the Line application. Then we've just recently done something with AirAsia. We could consider this to be a killer app for Malaysia. With the amount of cheap flights out of here, I'm very much looking forward to taking advantage of this to get back to my home at some stage in New Zealand. But yeah, a great app that consumers were looking for. It's an awesome experience on Windows Phone. So we were able to do a full press event with them, got amazing coverage. You can see here that the app has been highlighted or merchandised in Marketplace, in fact, twice. There you go, double the value. And we also did some consumer promotions with AirAsia. So very complementary. We were promoting AirAsia, they were promoting our devices in consumer offers. Okay, imaging has been a massive focus for Lumia. We've got a differentiated experience. We lead in imaging, so we continue to focus on that. There's been 1,500 apps developed on top of our Lumia SDK. And any apps that are in that space, that give a great experience, we will support, run promotions like we have done in the past, and really continues to be a differentiator for us. This area down here is a pamphlet or a brochure that went out to stores. We do this all the time. All the time. I can't tell you how often we're doing this, where we're looking at the top 10 global apps. What's working in Malaysia? How do we promote it? How do we get it out to the consumer so they know? And we want your applications to be highlighted here so that we can take that out and give an even stronger justification to a consumer to buy a Lumia smartphone. Okay. So on that note, my last request is be creative. We ultimately are looking for stories to tell. We want stories to tell people to come to this amazing smartphone experience that we have. We know that we have an awesome smartphone experience. There needs to be more people in Malaysia using this device. you'll see us being creative. You'll see us doing more and more activities to create noise in this marketplace. We did one last weekend. I don't know if anybody heard about the 530 free Lumias that we offered in Mid-Valley. Anybody take up that opportunity? So we launched the Lumia 530 just recently, the most affordable Lumia smartphone to date. And we gave away, it was a buy one, get one free, 530 Lumia 530s from 5:30 p.m. on Friday to 5:30 p.m. on a Sunday, and sold out. It was just an amazing experience, right? But just an example of what you will see more and more from us at each of those events, each of those activities, each of our campaigns. We want you to be part of that. So my urge to you is to be creative and help us to differentiate in this market and grow our smartphone share. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bruce. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now have a short 30 minutes break. Calling all award recipients for the Cloud ILSV Recognition Award, please urgently head to the registration counter to Guba. Please also visit all the exhibition counters to find out our partner offerings programs available. VIP exhibition tour will happen now at Crystal Hall 2, level LG. Do participate in all activities to win great giveaways. Catch Cortana, take a selfie, and be in the run to go up to the highest helipad in town and win a Nokia Lumia or a Windows 8.1 laptop. We would like to thank the 4 startup companies, Espresso Lab, G's Magic Oven, Sago Shake Butter Loves Sugar, for sponsoring our coffee break. Coffee will be available at Crystal Hall 2. The track sessions will begin after the coffee break. Please refer to the agenda in your conference bag for more information. Again, thank you to all of you, and I would like to wish all of you a productive and informative day ahead. Thank you.
So my experience actually in the Xamarin itself is actually since the Mono Drive and Mono Touch era, which is a few years back, which before they're rebranding into Xamarin.iOS and Xamarin.Android. Okay. So before I start itself, may I ask in the crowd itself how many persons have actually experienced in using Xamarin before? Please raise your hand. So okay, it's actually quite a few of it, but I'm sorry about that, but I have to start with some introduction with the new guys itself. Okay. Okay, so C# currently runs in 2.6 billion of devices. Any one of you that know how to code in C#? Yes, congratulations to all of you. You can now reach to the 2.6 billion devices using your C# skills. Okay, for those who didn't know how to code in C#, okay, don't worry. I'll share some personal experience with you. So I actually started my career in C++ in Linux, then moved on to PHP in web, and also then after that only I dived into the mobile apps in Android. So I've never touched C# before in my life, before I was introduced to Xamarin. And look at how I stand here today. So it's how easy it is C# and also how easy it is to using the Xamarin itself to build the mobile apps. Okay, so I'll start off with some introductions of the Xamarin platform. So, what is Xamarin? Okay, it's a tool to build cross-platform apps. So, Xamarin, what is that? Xamarin is actually this name itself is actually the name from the monkey. This is called the tamarin. So you can see the 3 monkeys here. So at the end of the session itself, after those who answer some questions itself, I will give you out one piece of this. Okay. So this is the most common approach that when we are building the mobile apps. It's called a silo approach. So you can see that in each of the platform itself, we have the different codes itself. So in the iOS, we use the Objective-C. In Android, we use the Java. Then in Windows Phone, we use the C#. So no code sharing. And most probably, we need different team for this. So each of the platform that we're going to support for our app, we need different persons, different teams. So it's kind of wasting of time. Okay. And for this itself, this is the most common misconceptions of Xamarin. So when we talk about cross-platforms, people will think that, okay, we write once, we only code once, and then everything will be run together perfectly in each of the platforms itself. So we have a magic box itself. You put everything, the JavaScript, ActionScript, and all those stuff into the magic box, and then poof, it will be run perfectly. Okay, so this is not the case in Xamarin. Okay, so for this approach itself is good because we only write once. But the problem is the lowest common denominator. So if you're going to run our apps in iOS, Android, and Windows Phone in multi-platforms itself, so we are limited to the API that is offered, that is shared, that is common among all these platforms itself. Okay? So what Xamarin's approach is, we have a shared backend. So the backend is shared using the C# and we can put our logics, our service layer, data models, and all the stuff in there. And then in each of the platform itself, we will have a different UI codes. So in iOS, we have the C# for iOS, and in Android, we have another UI code for it's written using C# also. Okay. So it's good for this because for those who know C#, you can start the day one to become very productive. You can start coding in mobile apps already. Okay. So In the Windows Phone platform itself, the lower part of it is the common namespace that offer, or API that offer by Microsoft in all those .NET framework itself. And the upper part, which I highlight in blue, is those that offer in Windows Phone. So for iOS itself, we have the 100% coverage, which the lower part is still the same C# API that you are familiar with. Okay? For the upper part, will be one-to-one mapping to the iOS native API. So we have the Mac key, UI key, promotions, iBeacon, and all those stuff. You can access to all these API natively. The same goes to the Android. So we can have to access the NFC and all the stuff also. Okay. So without compromising anything, you can still put in the way that you like in Android and also in the way that you like in iOS. Okay, so how Xamarin works? So of course it's run in C#.NET runtime itself. And what is native UI and native performance? This is what we define in native. So Xamarin helps you to code in native using C# itself. So we have offer you the native UI and also native user experience that you are familiar with all this platform itself. So because we are using the native, so the performance itself is close to native itself. So without any compromising of the performance, like you use in other cross-platform tools. Okay. So in Android itself, it's actually the Xamarin is combined into IL. Then after that, we make use of the benefit of the JIT just in time compile. Okay. So after that, it will run in the Android platform itself using the normal performance that we have. But for iOS itself, it's make use of the we are calling this as the ahead of time AOT compilations. Okay, so actually it will compile into IL, and then after that it will be using the convert into iOS native binaries itself. So the things that you get when you build using Xcode is actually the same when you build using the Xamarin. You get the same IPA, then you can upload the upload process to the store itself, and all the stuff is the same when you are using the native. So how we share codes across platforms. So this is the features. The following features is the new features that offer in the Xamarin tree. So previously, when I start in the Xamarin itself, if I want to share codes, I need to do a lot of things. But in the new Xamarin tree itself, it makes a lot more easier for the developers. So the first feature itself is the share project. So this is the new feature offered in the Xamarin tree. So you can create a project itself that share across all three platforms. You can have the project inside there with Windows Phone, iOS, and also Android. In previous time itself, we can only create the solutions for each of the platforms, okay, and share across using file linking or portable class libraries. So now you can have everything together in one project, one solution itself, and you can see everything in one site. So another approach of sharing code itself is using the portable class libraries. So you can see that here, and you can choose whichever platforms that you want to build this library to. And of course, the more that you choose, the less API that you can use is the common things, right? So many of the libraries that offer by Xamarin itself is using this approach. So you can think about a few is like the SQLite libraries, Couchbase, system.drawing, Milky, all these things is available in the portable class libraries. So even we are using the old techniques itself, we can still share codes using this technique. You can directly get the libraries and put into our projects and use it straight away. So next thing is, so the NuGet package manager. So it's fully support in the Xamarin Studio and those the Visual Studio itself. So Xamarin actually have a component store that is fully integrated with the NuGet package manager. So the component store itself actually offer a lot of libraries that you can use straight away. So for example, is like the Azure mobile services, the authentications, the QR code scanning, barcode scanning, and all those stuff is already available in the component store. So you can use the NuGet package manager to get all these libraries, all these components itself, and integrate into your projects. Straight away you can use it with all these rich features. Okay. So we are talking about the share code. What about the UI part? What about the UI part? For a mobile app itself, the most important thing that people will see is your UX, your user experience. The first thing they will see, oh, your apps look like shit, okay? So they will stop using the app itself forever. Uninstall it, all those things, throw it into the rubbish bin. So the most important thing is UI. So somebody thought about this too, and they offer some features in the UI part also. So for Android, we have the Android UI Designer. So it's already shipped with the Xamarin Studio and also the Visual Studio itself since 2 years ago. So you can actually use your Xamarin Studio or the Visual Studio to directly lay out your UI in Android without need to put in the XML itself. Okay? So it's easy, it's drag and drop and all those things is in the Windows world. So also it support multi-resolutions. Alright. Okay, so the new one for this is previously we have to for storyboard project in iOS, when we open it in Visual Studio or Xamarin Studio, when we open the solution, the storyboard files, it will jump back to the Xcode itself and then use the Xcode to modify or edit all these storyboards UI things. But with the new Xamarin 3, introduce this fully integrate into the Xamarin Studio and Visual Studio. So it's a great features. So basically I stopped using storyboard when I developing iOS project because it's very troublesome. I need to jump back to Xcode, then after I finish in Xcode, then I need to jump back to Xamarin Studio and wait for the compilation time, generation time, and all stuff. So with this feature itself is very fast. I can straight away use my Xamarin Studio or Visual Studio to directly code for the storyboard. Okay. So we also support for the auto layout, and then they have intuitive event handling and also live preview of the custom control itself. So live preview of the custom control is also exclusive features for the Xamarin Studio and also Visual Studio. So for this designer in iOS, we have this live preview. So if we use the Xcode control, we do not have these features. Another one that is a great features for the UI part is Xamarin.Forms. So Xamarin.Forms actually allow you to code once for the UI part and also run in every platforms. Okay, but isn't this conflict with the Xamarin approach itself? Okay, but let me tell you one thing. So this is the traditional approach. Okay. So you have the share backends and also different UI codes in each platform. Okay. But with the Xamarin.Forms, so this is the thing. We're still offering you the same thing with the share C# backend, and then also you can code in different platforms in each UI their own native way. But Xamarin.Forms offer you another intermediate layers that allow you to code the UI code once only. So this makes it quick and easy. This native UI, it's actually different from the other approach itself. Even if you code once using the Xamarin Forms, you actually convert into the native UI elements and all those stuff. So you still have your native performance. Don't worry about that. So also you can mix and match your Xamarin Forms API with your native forms. So let's say your app itself is the first screen is a login screen, so it's actually common in all the platforms itself. So you use the Xamarin Form to put it, but the next screen itself is actually you need to have different look and feel or different user experience in each of the platforms itself. So you can still choose to use Xamarin Forms, but after that, the second screen you choose to use the native way, the traditional way. So there's no limits on this. Okay. So this is the UI parts that offer in the Xamarin Forms. So for the page itself, so you can see we have the contents, master detail, navigation, tab, and carousel. So inside of each of the page itself, then we have the layouts that define all the layouts, similar like what we developed in the Android. It's like linear layout, native layout, and all that stuff. So, but the name is a bit different. So it's called a stack layout, absolute layout, native layout, and all that stuff. So there's many things that offer in the Xamarin Forms. So this is the controls that offer in the Xamarin Forms itself. So it's more than, I think it's 40. It's more than 40 controls that you can use in the Xamarin Forms. And it's easy to code it. And I'll show you a demo after this. Okay? Okay, so we start with the demo. So I'm actually using my Visual Studio to code for the Xamarin itself. So the first thing you need to new projects. So using the mobile apps sections, then I have the blank app using the Xamarin.forms. So after you create the project itself, then you actually generate all the templates in the Windows Phone, iOS, and also the Android area. So after the project is new, so you can see that Windows Phone is generated, iOS and also Android is also generated. So for this is the share projects. So this is the share code that you're going to write that share across all these three platforms itself. Okay. So set this as the start project. Want to run the simulator. So the sharing press understood. And do some placeholder there to give the user what is this view is about. And lastly, we create a button. So after this we'll define the page. So I'm actually using the stack layout itself to define the content page in this login page. Here I actually will put in all the password and also the login card. And the orientations. Something like that. Ways and also size of headings here.
tab on, there is something added on the left hand side. So this is quite straightforward. I just take a look at what they provided to me. Can you see there are two buttons there? Right? To make your life easy, I'll just make it as the A and B. A and the next one it will be B. Right? So here I want to add something as well. I want to add the add bar button. So on the left hand side here, it will be something called C. So in general, A and B will be on the right hand side of the screen, while the C itself will be on the left hand side. So we have primary and secondary content. Something very straightforward. And one thing I want to share with you is you will really like it for those Windows Phone developers. For those icons available here, you actually now have more options. There are more options compared with existing Windows Phone template. That means you don't have to draw. They give you more and more icons if you adopt to universal apps, right? Of course, if you have a designer or team, that will be a different story. So let me run this. Save this file. Right. It got affected when I run it. Right. What you see just now is a Windows 8 tablet, agreed? When it's on the phone, it will translate it into the add bar, right? It doesn't make sense for you to have a phone about this big and you have a left and right? It doesn't make sense. So what happens with Microsoft is they automatically convert whatever on the primary onto the add bar button. Just now, you remember I created 3 items, A, B, C. You question me, I only see A and B, but where exactly is the C? Because you tell the app that you're going to use secondary, that means not so important. So it will translate it as the menu item. All these things done for you automatically, seamlessly, right? And again, to prove my demo is working, I have to switch it back to the tablet so you can see. Click, set a startup project. There you go. ABC. Straightforward, but it acts differently. Okay? The next thing I want to talk about is data binding. How many of you build an app that don't have any data at all? Anyone? Can I see your hand, something that you build and no data? There's only one app in the world that have that thing. Hello World. Those you learn when you start to learn programming, Hello World might not have any data, right? But today, data is very important. Microsoft make the whole data binding experience as easy as possible for the developers, right? I can share with you today, we don't really use a lot of code behind to do our projects. We don't do that, right? What we tell our designer is, this particular text box or this particular item will bind to an item called name, because you have a class that have a property called name. If you create a class that have a property called age, they just bind just like that. You know, the experience itself is very hard to explain in words, but to share with you, I'm going to create something, right? So in this project, I'm going to add a new page. So we're going to add a new item. I will call it a blank page just to make my life easier. And starting itself, because everything is controlled by the app.xaml.cs, I'm going to change the file that is started to the blank page. For those of you who cannot see the syntax, no worry. Now you can see it, huh? Can see it? You can see I cannot type, my friend. Okay, it's reasonably readable from the screen. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to come to the blank page here. Right. I'm going to create a new class. Let's call this customer. See how it works? Yes. Something wrong here? Oh, there's no constructor inside. Again, I will just create a property. I will call this string, I'll have this name. I'll string, I'll call this page. Maybe not. So I assume everyone can read this code, right? Anyone don't understand this code? Cool. So what I'm doing here, I'm going to create a function. Right. I'm going to create a list. I'm going to call this customer. Right. List.add. I'll just make life easier. I'll just put a name there. Right, I'm going to call this Matthew. Call this Dinesh. Right, everything is off. Right, and what I'm going to do is come to the blank page here. I'm going to add a new item called the list view. So this is my list view, and what you see now is something called XAML. For those of you who are new into Microsoft platform, this is the UI language that all Microsoft developers have learned, right? But again, there's a designer like Glenn to make the life a lot more easier. In this case, I'll call this thing called LSV customers, and I'm going to make it horizontal, stretch it. So you populate the full screen. So vertical alignment, I'm going to stretch it. So let's run. Sorry. The constructor there didn't run the code, so you know how you can quickly know in Visual Studio 2013, every function itself will have a reference. It will tell you where exactly you call this particular method, which will really, really save your time, right? Oops. Right. Is it correct? Blank page. Oh, sorry. The control itself, item source equals to the controls you have, which is the array. So it will be LSD. Now it should work. There you go. There's one on top there, just you cannot see. Okay, so now you see two, correct? No problem, but something weird, right? The data binding comes to a very handful when you just tell the designer the class itself is called customers, which designer don't really care, but there is a property called name. So in the XAML development, I strongly recommend you to learn the fundamental of the plan to make yourself a lot more productive. So this is the list box I have. I right click, and there is an additional item here called generator item. This is where you define how your items look like. So right click, I could give a name, data template underscore customer, and here I'm going to drag in a text block. Remember, there's no label in the XAML. You can use a text block. Okay, it's here. come to the code here, you see horizontal, blah, 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 not important. The most important actually is the text itself. They are pre-hard-coded text. All you have to do just create a curly bracket and put a keyword called binding and the property name. That's all you need to do to make sure the item will bind to the property itself. If you change the property name, please tell the designer the name has been changed. Else you will get 0 stuff. Okay? So let me save this. Remember, I'm not doing magic. You can see Walter, Matthew, and Dinesh. There you go. That means your one class got multiple properties. Just merge it if you want to. There's another one which I can't cover today. It's called the converter. Sometimes you need to do some calculation or you want to merge a name. When you do data entry, you ask user for first name and last name. When you present out, mostly in a one sentence, right? So to do those things, typically you will do like inside the code, you will do string dot format and blah blah blah. You will string up the whole thing, right? So in here, you create the converter class, you apply once, all the item will change accordingly. To further read on that, I leave it to you, right? I can very sure it's not something rocket science. You can easily understand that. So let's want to talk about the data binding. The data binding itself is very interesting. It's really saved your time a lot, trust me, really a lot. And then still hardcore developers who really want to like label one doc text equals to name, label one doc to those things, you can still continue. Microsoft never stop you. That's why the Microsoft platform gives you the flexibilities. The last part I'll talk about is very important. How many of you actually put your app on the App Store? I don't care which App Store. iOS, Android, Windows Phone, Windows 8. Can I see your hand? It's so shy. Maybe your boss not around. Okay, so it's okay. So, based on the business study, these are maybe the 4 major ones where people complain about the app. When the moment say your app is not really that good, okay, it has the 4 major factors inside that. The first one is actually the application freeze. You press a button, like, then you wait. Then you start thinking, maybe I need to make a coffee. The moment you turn around, the app is ready. Those are called application freeze. Second, crashes. Do I have to explain more about crash? No, right? Slow responsiveness. You press a button, the thing it comes out slowly. It never freeze, The animation come out like this, like Matrix. And those are called slow responsiveness. The last one, heavy battery usage. How many of you carry a battery, like a power bank around? Wow. I saw some people don't put up their hand. I can bet most of you already bought the Xiaomi power bank. Right? Because the moment you have to understand, when there's an intensive graphic putting in, right? Intensive graphic putting in, the processor has to spin to do all the processing stuff, including the GPU, right? The graphic processing unit have to work as well. All of this don't come with the solar power, okay? They power with the battery powers. So you use that. That might explain well most of your phone like drain down so quickly because you might be playing games from 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock. When you play games, that's where you drain out most of the battery. Okay? So these 4 might be the main thing you want to take a look at. Of course, there are other factors, but this might be the 4 which is the main one. Okay? So I would like to introduce you to a Visual Studio tools that are able to assist you to figure out where exactly is the problem. The tools itself is called a dynamic tools that pre-built into Visual Studio. When you see this thing, the first thing comes into your mind is, wow, this must be a great tool. But Microsoft must be charging me tens of thousands to buy these tools or so-called the ultimate version of the Visual Studio. The good news is, it does come with Visual Studio Express Edition for all the students, including yourself. This is really a good news. So because we want you guys to really understand how the app works, the app don't just stop after you write codes. You need to spend more time to look into that, to figure out what's the problem. So this tool will try its best to assist you. So without further ado, open the same project that we have. Right? I just want to share with you, the tools itself is actually here. If you go to the debug, and there is a menu item called Performance and Diagnostics. Do I have to repeat my sentence again? So when you come to Visual Studio, you go to the debug here. There is a performance and diagnostic tools. How many of you really go into Visual Studio, look at the menu items one by one and try to figure out? Or most of the time you just press the play button or equal to F5. I didn't do that, but trust me, spend some time, go and read some of these things, go through, right click, you'll figure out there's a lot of interesting features available inside the Visual Studio. Okay, so this is the app that I have. I click on it, it pop up. Very straightforward. Currently, I'm targeting the Windows 8 app. I'm going to monitor the CPU. I'm going to monitor the energy usage. I'm going to monitor the UI responsiveness. That's all you have to do. Select which one you want. And after that, just scroll down. There's something called Start. So the moment you see this menu, when it's kind of like from the Microsoft, you are safe. Start to run. Maybe I want to change back to another page so I have some of the navigations. But currently there's no navigation here. So I should stop collecting, but I'll do a demo again. Go to app here. Let's try. Okay, so it works. Let's start the whole process again. So go to debug, start the performance and diagnostic tools. Select which one you want. So what can I do now? Just scroll around, right? Click on something. So you go to the second page, come back again. Something I can click. Oh, section. I think that's all. Click on a few things. So when do I come back to my Visual Studio? Stop collection. And maybe I should just prepare a report and present to you. It'll take a while. Drag and drop, right? But before you drag and drop, please make sure.
Informative.
Thank you.
Okay, I just want to ask you, I normally do the VB.NET development.
VB.NET?
Yeah, .NET.
Okay.
So I do the WPF and everything.
You mean VB.NET work in the project?
XAML and all.
Oh yes, it works. Go down there, I'm just telling you that it's available. Go down there, there's one game called The Magician, the end-to-end build in VB.NET.
Okay. No, I just want to ask you a doubt is, you have shown me some diagnostic tools, right? So there are a lot of controls I have developed, like user controls in VB.NET. Yep. Is there any tool I can directly port back to XAML and use it or something?
Is there what?
Can I port it back to the XAML and use it straight away?
So you're saying that you're porting over third-party controls?
No, it's not third-party. It was developed from scratch by me. So, but now I want to move down to the 8.1.
You can start to migrate some of these things, especially the XAML and the VB.
Any tools recommended by Microsoft to do the
like just migrate just like that? Yeah. No. If it's a XAML one, it's kind of safe because most of the code can be reused. Except for the first part, the prefix part, the namespace name a bit changed. But again, the content you have inside there, like a stack panel, the control you have, you can just port over just like that.
So, but whatever I did in WPF controls, I can straight away use it?
No. The question is, if our friend here have the WPF control, So you just want to like copy and paste and it just works. Most of the things will work, but some of the things not. So I would strongly suggest you to give a try. Just take one or two controls, just probably mostly about 2 XAMLs, right? Plug it over and see. Again, my advice is the prefix on top there, it will not work, right? So any content after that, you can just copy and paste. Yep. Is it? Yep. Questions? Yeah, the lady here.
May I know for the diagnostic tool, is it able to tune the client script as well?
Client script.
Yeah, like JavaScript, Object-C.
I would strongly suggest for client script environment, you can use the IE developer toolbars to do that. Not so much on these tools. Yeah.
Is it support for performance tuning on SharePoint or CRM?
Because it's a web page. At the end of the day, this tool is for XAML, so it doesn't apply for that, for your CRM or the SharePoint. But any other website thing, you can use the IE developer toolbar to do that. Okay?
For SharePoint, the way is server code. Is it can use IE debugger tool?
It depends, because at the end of the day, the server code will translate into a normal HTML. See which component or which part you want to do a diagnostic. If it's on the server diagnostics, currently in previous version of the Visual Studio, they already have some tools to do code analysis to assist you. Right, those might be the other tools that you want to look at. Not so much on this one. Not so much on this one. But they have something like that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions? If no questions, thank you very much and thanks for attending.
Thank you, Walter. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite Mr. Snake to present on monetizing your apps.
Okay, then who am I? Okay, I'm Sechia. I am Microsoft certified trainer, and also is a developer for the Windows Phone Store app, and just like you. Okay, I am developer. Okay, As a developer, unless you are telling me that you are working for a company and your company doing a customized project for your client, okay, that the boss say, I want to build an app that do this, okay, yes sir, just do it for that. Then you get paid every month. Probably, hopefully, it's before 30th of each of the month. Okay. If not, you are not doing that. You are independent developer. Okay. What are you going to do? You build your app for what? Okay, for fun? Yes, I start my developer life for fun. Okay, this is clearly for fun. And I start com science graduate, but that was about 15, 18 years ago. Okay, I'm not doing any coding for about 15 years, seriously. Okay, and only Windows Phone bring me back to this industry. Okay, because I use another platform. I'm a big F1 fan. Okay, I follow F1 for the last 10, 15 years. Okay, when I come to using Windows Phone in 2010, they don't have an app called F1. I'm an F1 fan. How can you don't give me this kind of app? That's where I come back to develop the app for all the F1 fans. Okay, and today my F1 app in the Windows Store recorded over 140,000 downloads globally and localized to 13 different languages. Okay, and being almost every week being features in the Windows Phone Store. Okay, why I'm telling this thing to you? So that you know this guy can talk about monetize, how I'm going to make money after all these years, right? Okay, this is what we're going to talk about. What is a Windows Store, Windows Phone Store, and what is a pay ad and in-app purchase, as well as advertisement in the ad, and how to get more people download your ad. That's important. Okay, even though you have a great idea, you build a very great ad. What if only 2% using it? Who's the 2%? You yourself and your computer, the emulator. Okay? So let's talk about what is the Windows Store. The Windows Store is not the kedai tingkap. Okay? It's not a kedai tingkap at the shop like that. This is on the online. Okay. This is the Windows Store or Windows Phone Store. This is the only way that get your product installed into the public device. Okay. What is the public device? Why you want to be so specific the keyword called public device? If you are developed for an enterprise environment, there is another called enterprise store. Okay, which doesn't go through a Microsoft certification process. You can have your own store for your enterprise customer. So this is a publicly available for just like I just now saw so many quite a number of people are using Windows Phone here. So you are downloading your app from the store. The user can buy the application from the store. Remember, even though you're telling me that your app are free for use, free for download, the relationship with you and your customer is they still purchase your app. It's just at a zero cost. Okay, just like what a relationship me and you is no relationship. No relationship is a relationship. Just like you are free app, still user buying your app. Okay, then Windows Store. Probably already know. Windows Store is available in 233 markets. And as of now, we have more than 168,000 apps in the store. Okay, this store is still a very young store because Windows 8 is not that old. Okay. What about Windows Phone? We do better in Windows Phone, but we have 191 market and we have over 300,000 apps available in the store. Okay, opportunity of the store. add up all together, Windows Phone Store, Windows Store, Xbox, and all the things up that have created Microsoft, we have over 415,000 apps. We have 410,000 registered developer. We also have recorded 94% of the user growth year to year. This statistics by the IDC. We have 100 million active users. Okay? If you tell me that you have 500,000 users, are they active or are they dormant? Okay? The dormant user we don't count because they don't contribute anything. The active user is where you get your money from them. 66 mobile building partner. This is very important. How many of you here don't have a credit card? Please raise your hand. Are you sure? Okay. Do you have a debit card? Okay. That's impossible that you don't have a debit card. Okay. If you get a Maybank to you, your ATM card is your debit card. Okay. But some of the country or some of the region, they are not as lucky as we are here. They don't have a credit card, okay, nor a debit card. They want to have a bank also very difficult in some rural area. Okay. So the only way to get them to buy the product, okay, is the mobile partner, which is the telco, have them charge them on behalf of you, okay, or on behalf of the credit card center of banking, which is the mobile payment bill. You will see beside your calling, they will have a purchase for how much, $99 US, okay, or already convert to their local. Okay, the developer will some technical problem. Thank you. Okay, sorry for the main screen, I have some technical problem with the projector. The two side TV they have import. Okay, when just now. Okay, the mobile payment, your charges, your charges will be billed by your mobile operator. Okay. 现在有吗？ Okay, see the side, can you see there's a screen there? Okay, because I can't see that. Okay, they prove that the light is traveling straight. They cannot bend the light. Okay. Half of the purchase from the store I come from the in-app purchase. Okay, that is very there's a very big amount of money. Okay, come on in-app purchase. Okay, the in-app purchase are going crazy, especially in this region. Okay, Malaysia, according to my own statistics, in Malaysia, hardly got people buy app. They want all free app. If you tell them that there's 99 cents, I'm telling you a real story. Okay, it happened to me. My friend asked me, they want to buy an app. Okay, first thing he asked me, this one got free one ah? I said no. Okay, I don't know. Okay, I don't have a free one. Okay, then this is not my slide. Okay, you want the number. Sorry, my session because there are so many technical problems. Where was I? Okay, listen, yeah, I remember. The friend want to buy an ad. He asked me, there's a 99 cents US dollar only, 99 cents, remember? Okay. He said, yeah, do you have a free app? No, I said no. Okay. Do you have a free license for that? I said no, come on, there's online, you download it from a mobile phone. Okay. Can you help me to crack it? I said, no, just get it done. Okay, until if input in all his purchase information, he still ask me, really you don't have you can't help you are so smart, can do one okay? No, I'm just sorry. No lah, I buy you a MACD, then you help me to do it. Come on dude, MACD one set, the cheapest one in the morning breakfast is $4.75. And that one is only 99 cents, convert to ringgit Malaysia, about $3. So, that logic doesn't work out. But in Malaysia, here, ask yourself, okay, are you doing that or not? No need to raise a hand. Okay, I don't want to know, but you know it yourself from the bottom of your heart. Okay, how many ways that we can get money for building an app? Store record 31%. What about the pay app? The pay app, in fact, they are going down. Okay, people don't want to buy the app, they want the freemium, they want free. Okay, that is going down for the Windows Phone, and the Windows Store also going down. It's not very good, right? You build the app, you want to sell it, but it's going down. So, but the good thing is that in-app purchase are going up. This is important. This is a good sign. In fact, in-app purchase will get you more money rather than just selling. Okay. Let's talk about pay app first. Pay app very straightforward. You want, I sell it to you. Right. That's all. Is that's all? No. You will doing that, you are wrong, totally wrong by doing the pay app. You take 82% of top 50 pay app are using trial features. Okay. And not only just trial. Okay. You need to give additional value to your app. Okay. Some people, a lot of developers with practice system is they put a lot of advertisement there. Then if you pay, I remove the advertisement. There are no advantage. This kind of app, you can't really generate income. Okay? They will never ending one. They keep asking you more and more. A plastic bag. Okay, for you to keep all these things. Okay, give them more. Okay, give them more. Not only remove the advertisement. Okay, here's example here. This is one of my F1 app. If they feed you with the news, okay, the F1 news, but I provide them additional features. You can, if you like the article or you don't have time to read the article, you want to save it down for future reading. You need to pay for it. Now or never. Okay. I have also feed of a photo feed. If you want to make it to you like the photo, let's say you like Lewis Hamilton, okay, or you love Nico Rosberg, you want to make it as your screensaver. Yes, you can do it, but pay me. Get additional features. I'm not just removing the advertisement. Okay, give them something they really want. Okay, that's the pay app. If you don't do pay, you do try for them to use it. Sorry, you won't get people purchasing your app. In-app purchase. What's the in-app purchase? Anyone know? It's a pretty new thing to me about 6 years ago. Okay, I have a friend running an online game company. Okay, he spent thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars buying server, buying license, buying hosting, and print and spend another thousands and thousands to print the DVD to distribute in all the PC Fair event to ask people to play their game. I said, wow, how are you going to make money? That was about 6 to 7 years ago. First time playing all the night, all the weekend, all day long. Designed with the in-app purchase function. Just like a lot of games are practicing this. Okay? Just like you drive a car, you bought a car. Halfway down to Penang, no petrol. You need to go to petrol station pump. You need to buy the credit to fill out the fuel. Offer different price point. This is important. Again, I use back the same example. You bought a car already. Probably you buy a time shield that will cost you 1 ringgit in a day. But time shield cannot make you feel good because the one you want to take in the virtual world, I can tell you, I think I paid for about a year or 2 before I purchased. Then hopefully the Zuma revenge and Delbert even see what I'm talking about. They pay without purchase. But at the end of the day, I still buy the app. Okay, general desire to buy. Okay, because it's effective. I'm so love to play the game until after 2 years, paying for free, and finally I bought it. I bought the game. Actually, the game paid. And I'm not new features. Okay, this is an example. This is pretty tower, the in-app purchase. Then, how I'm going to choose between I want to do a pay app or I want to do an in-app purchase? Okay. How I'm going to choose between that? The rule of thumb is, if you have flexibility for us to code, as a developer to code the in-app purchase and the pay on trial, it's only one line of code, which is to obtain the license information using license information class, which is obtain license information dot is trial equal to true or false. That's all. You don't need to write the grandmother story to get the information out. Just one line of code, you get it done. Okay, as much as possible. This is universal app. Universal app is one of the ways that you can create more user download. This is one of my apps that's in the called Macro KL. It's a Windows Store app. And the other have the same thing on the Windows phone. It's called Macro KL. So when the user they purchase it or they download it in the Windows Store, they will get it free on the Windows phone as well. Buy one get one free. Okay, happy? Buy one get one free. Same app available for phone and Windows. Buy one get one free, please. Okay, more download because you buy one get one free. People will happy. They will download it. They will introduce to your friend. And you have a logo. You can identify this app with this icon. Okay, next to the store there. Then this is a universal app which is telling you this is buy one get one free. Okay, more user means that you have more opportunity for get rich. That's why a lot of shopping centers, they are creating so many functions. They want to draw the crowd into the shopping center so that their tenant can make more money. Same thing here. Same rule apply. More users download your app, you have chances that convert them to purchase your app. Again, come to advertisement. The more users using your app, or they spend more time in your app, you get paid for showing the advertisement. So the more users bring you more opportunity. This is very important. But again, you have to do something to get more users, right? You have to make sure that your app development, your app, have to optimize for each of the platform. If that is the Windows Store app, you make sure that you have to take it into consideration of touch. If the user use it on the tablet, make sure that the button are big enough for them to fit the finger. Okay, don't make the button so small, the finger cannot touch it, then register the cashier. Also, you need to make sure that your app are performing well in the low memory device. Okay, Nokia Lumia 520 is 512 meg RAM Windows phone, which is the best selling Windows phone globally. There are a lot of people are using it. So you have to make sure that your app is supporting 512 meg RAM. They are still a very big market. Of course, we still have 2 gig RAM of like a Lumia 1020, but this is still small market. You have to reach out the bigger market. Have to taking care of the low memory device. For Windows phone, you need to, for the phone you have to make sure that it supports 512 meg RAM. For the Windows, you have to make sure that it supports 1 gig memory. Okay, localize to reach, to increase reach. Localization is very important. You feel touch. Okay, if your app, let's say for example, I take back my example like my F1 app. I mean local, why I have to spend time to localize in 13 different languages? It's in German, it's in Bahasa, it's in Chinese, it's in French, it's in Italian, it's in Greek, Japanese, Russia. Okay, why? You will see it why. For Windows phone, English is dominant, Mandarin is the second, Canton is the third, Spanish, Russia, Italian, Brazil, Portuguese, French, German. This is all the languages. You want to make them buy your app. They use a lot. So you localize your app to their culture. It's very easy for them to feel like home. They use it, they will love it. A German, okay, German is still okay. A French, they do not speak English with you, even though they know. Okay, I have a French friend, but because he know me, I don't speak French, but the other time he don't speak English to other people. Okay, for Windows also similar things. We have English, Spanish, French, Mandarin, German, Russia, Brazilian, Portuguese, Italian, Japanese, and Hindi. So from here, this gives you an idea. What is the second language that you want to localize your app to reach out? You will give a very clear picture on here. This is where you're going to target. Publish to all market. For the phone, we have 191 market. For the store, we have 233 market. Okay, publish to all. Publish to all. My F1 app published to globally, and I checked my statistics. I look like I'm studying a new geography in like Form 5 time. I learned a lot of new country or new region that I never thought of. Okay, in fact, in my statistics show that there's a Nepal. There are people using Windows phone in Nepal, and there's a in Nepal there has a user using Windows phone, and there's another statistics show that in Somalia there's also someone using my F1 app in Somalia. I'm scratching my head. In Somalia there are people using F1, my F1 app. So publish to all the region. Okay, optimizing price, same market. Let's say for example, you want to make the app, you think that my F1 app, you know German, Italian and French and British, they are F1 crazy, and Spanish. Okay, they are F1 crazy one. Okay, so we can sell it higher. Maybe 10 cents extra. Instead of selling 99 cents to Malaysian, well, Malaysia probably give them for free. Okay, I can sell it to those fans country that higher price. The rest will be at the normal price. Okay, so you can customize the price to suit the different region. Okay, the most popular price point is for the Windows Phone is 99 cents. For the Windows Store is the 129, and the maximum for Windows Phone you can now set over $500 for the app. Okay, I remember when I first using Windows Phone 11 time. There's an app called How to Get Rich 1, How to Get Rich 2, all the way to 7. And they sell it at $99. I told my friend, if I buy the app, this guy really get rich, not me. Okay. The same price here for all the device. The store, if you set to $99, the store will automatically convert to Ringgit Malaysia $2.99. You are paying $2.99. You are not paying $3. You are not paying $0.99. They will automatically convert to your local currency. If in Korea, they will convert to Korean dollar. In Singapore dollar, they will convert to Singapore dollar. Okay, profit sharing. Microsoft will take 30% cut of all the application sales, including in-app purchase, 30% will cost the board. In other platforms, the store also charging 30%. After the $25,000 in revenue, the cut will drop to 20%. Instead of 30%, they will drop to 20%. The same formula applies to a Windows Phone and Windows Store. Both stores are the same formula. Okay, it's our pay app or the in-app purchase. The same. Okay, one. When will I get paid? Right, this is important. I sell so much, but I get paid. Accumulated earning of million of $200 at the end of each month. Okay, every month end, your accumulated sales, okay, after the 30% cut, have over $200, you will get paid. They will wire the money to your bank account. Okay, my experience is it took about 3 months time to do it. Okay, so payout will take 3 months time wire to your bank. Okay. Question? Q&A session. Yes. Sure.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for the presentation. And just asking, just now you say the ads inside the apps, right? So actually, how the company pay you? Is it paid by how many times the user click on the ads, or actually it just straight away pay you? Or depends on how many user actually open the ads and see the ads, how it gives you the money. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the question. Okay. This gentleman, the question is, how the advertisement company or agency pay the developer for showing the ad, right? Basically, they have an ECPM, which is based on how many show per thousand. Okay, they will give you a rate. Okay, they will have a rate. Let's say per thousand show is 10 cents. So you will have, if you show up 1,000 advertisement, you only have 10 cents. Okay, that's called ECPM. That's per thousand. Basically, whether the hub center or the immobile, the advertisement, they are using the same way. Okay, that will be showing an ad. It's different from some of on other platforms. You need to click in. Some others advertisement agency you need to have a click through. This one don't have a click to just show only. You will get the money. I will get the money. Okay. Any more questions? Yes, sir.
Thank you. What are the payment gateways etc. like PayPal and any other things?
Sorry?
When the purchasing the ads, is it only the credit card or debit card or any PayPal or other payment gateways?
Okay. You still need a credit card. Okay. This gentleman's question is how will you purchase the app, the application, right? Okay. Currently, you are either paid by credit card, including debit card, or while the billing from your mobile operator. Any more? Okay, if no, Thank you for attending my session.
Thank you, Singh. Thank you for inspiring session. We have a small token of appreciation for Snake for his session. So let's give a hand of applause to Snake and let's welcome Naveen Danabal, Audience Marketing Manager, Developer Experience from Microsoft Malaysia to present
is Mingman, Christopher Mingman, okay, Isha MVP, right? How many of you is actually come here to know about bugs and debugs? Then, yes, then you are in the right room. Okay? If you are here for Windows Asia, then you are in the wrong room. Okay, right? So, okay. What I will focus on today is, okay, what is your takeaway, right? Your takeaway today is going to be, right? How many of you are already using IntelliTrace by the way? Okay, I see some hands. You like the IntelliTrace? Okay, so if you are too familiar with IntelliTrace, you might want to play with me, right? Play with others. So some of the things that I'm showing you, it may be familiar to you. Okay? Okay, now the key takeaway today is that what is actually IntelliTrace, right? What is the difference between IntelliTrace and the breakpoint, right? Put the breakpoint there and step it through, right? So what are the differences? Okay? So how do I use IntelliTrace? Right? I heard a lot of IntelliTrace, and some of you actually, after you install your Visual Studio, the first thing you do is disable IntelliTrace. Yes, I see some hand there, right? That is your practice, right? So, okay? So I tell you, maybe you will want to use it, okay? If you turn it off, right? Okay, where can I use, okay? How do I use it? Where can I use it? That's why some of the people, after they install the Visual Studio, they disable IntelliTrace straight away, right? Okay, so I tell you where can you use it, okay? So don't enable back if you need it, okay? Okay, so this is a very classic diagram, okay? So IntelliTrace basically has been there and has been in Visual Studio, okay? Everything in Visual Studio, I think you know that it's centered around TFS, right? Your whole application is around the life cycle. So I just want to basically show you the whole thing that your Visual Studio Ultimate feature, right? Why I show you this is that you need Ultimate to have IntelliTrace.